Tapi di sini kamu bisa. Oh, itu kali ya.
Apa? Ntar keluar kuliah 2 juta. Iya. When you let it go. Follow the high when you feel low.
Right now, right here, emerge. Animal test 63.
Wasn't done.
Right now,
That's close
ready to
enough.
fly. Swirl, Mark 2, stand clear.
Be sanctified. Settle down. New punching.
Press your wings and raise the storm.
Where do you think you're
Right
going?
here, right now. Animal test 6308. Animal hyperspace.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Charge attack record. Oh ya kak. Ya. Ya.
Solidify.
Adventure time.
Simple work.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
You win. Let me try my blade. Gather.
Nice and spicy.
This will do. down like this. Solidify.
Get them!
Let's get this show on the road.
We've only just begun. Miscalculated.
Freshness preserved. Flash frost. It's no problem. You're not going anywhere. It's time for a flash for hack. Disgusting.
Gather.
And voila!
Stabilize.
I'm the frying pan.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Step right up. Here comes the finale. And voila! Oh.
I'm going in! Scuba, get them!
Now disappear. A round of applause.
Subtraction, base damage, thermal strike. Yay.
Into the wind. For now.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul. Rain outlines your
One with nature.
more, please.
The wind knows me.
Away now.
Let the world collide!
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my soul.
Let's begin. Have a safe trip.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. One with nature.
Let my name echo in song. Strike a pose.
Away now.
Let me read your verse.
Get a little chilly.
Look me in the eyes, tell me what you see. Perfect paradise. Making all the lip, but I'm a bad liar. Kanya beres saya. Kayaknya kopimu. Berapa sih? Berapa sen? 17 ya?
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Time itself is a silence. Time itself is a silence.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Halo, telepon dia lagi. Ya, oh.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Apanya?
Apa ini? Portuset Luminar. Oh, sepatu bola.
Halo, ada orang kah? Halo paket, ada orang. Halo paket. Pergi kabur. Enggak.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Showing you this. Get with me. Let the world collide. Ring cutter.
Hah? Kok gelap situ ya?
You are not welcome.
Know my sword. Time to shine. Strike a pose.
Following orders.
Witness the power of Guwa.
Where do you think you're? I'll be back.
Halo paket, nggak ada pesan-pesan saya pak, nggak ada duit. Saya nggak pernah pesan pak.
Know my sword. Rain outlines you.
Mungkin bapak salah alamat kali ya. Saya nggak pernah pesan paket pak. Nggak punya duit saya pak. WC ke WC. Boker, buang air.
Let me lead you a little. Know my sword. Out of my way.
Taking a turn for the better.
The deck to receive. Let my name echo in song.
Kok ada Vaporay?
Remember, health comes first.
The doctor was I'll settle this. Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Huh? Time to shine.
Wait up at this boss. Pantesan pantatnya Hasan. Oh, it's as you say. Quick, aggravated spirit. Aish, ada nahihi. Ada nahihi.
Know my
Let's
sword.
get down to business.
Hey,
My blade time. Finally, very. Let me try.
now will grow. Rain outlines your fate.
Nowhere to run.
Apa banget regennya?
Time to act. Body and mind.
Kayaknya saya salah bawa tim deh.
Everyone hold hands. Witness the power of the wild. Know my sword.
Judgment is upon us.
This way turn over.
Nowhere to run.
We used to do.
Ring cutter. I'll protect us.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Stay condemned.
Commit it to memory. Know my sword.
Di senjata macam apa ini, Cok? Senjata bintang 4 dikasih.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Witness the power of the wild. Rain outlines your
Through me, justice is served. Guilty.
Nahida is the best. Nahihi.
Stay condemned.
Let me read you a verse. Huh? Know my sword.
Surrender.
Grow, grow, grow. Yeah. Share my knowledge.
Mana anjir? Ah. Gak kelihatan anjir.
I see everything. Witness the power of the wild. Let the show begin.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
HSR kan nanti, HSR lah. Kerja event paling. Aman cuma ya 40 kurang. Anjir. Dadah. Kurang 1, Cok.
It's my lucky day. Say no more.
Bond is strong.
Surrender. Finally, my blade. The fairy.
Minute to memory. This way.
Nowhere to run.
No, my sword.
Futile.
The feeling. Believing. Samina mina
Everyone hold hands. No, my sword.
Nowhere to run.
Grow. Rain outlines your fate. Get with me.
Surrender. Futile.
lincah amat ini orang. Saat
Nowhere to run.
This way.
waka Halo, udah aku pakai lap.
I see everything. Get with me. Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword.
Futile. Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due.
This way, CrueLNooB.
Surrender.
Rain outlines your fate.
Past colors
Body and
and
Everyone hold hands.
pieces.
The Temple of Wisdom.
I will be brave.
Let me read you a verse.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
I see everything. A bond is strong.
Nowhere to run.
Ring cutter.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due.
Enggak. Hah? Enggak.
Share my knowledge. I'll settle this. This way.
Panggilnya dia.
Sword.
Udah kesini Kik sayang. Enggak. Babinya telon.
Witness the power of Gua.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
Kamu nyerang bu anu Ji. Banget. Bikin tebal.
Apa?
Ini rambut bikin tebal.
Ada di dalam rumah. Ini mantapnya. Halo guys, challenge again. Bawa saya nih. Udah kejauh main. Apa dipakai nih? Material. Apa lawan ini?
Tahu banyak.
Wah,
My lucky day.
kan kombonya nih. Bawa terus mini hero.
Itu bukan anu. Jak kasih basah Untuk rambut kering ya. Untuk rambut kering, jak kasih basah rambutmu.
Kompro kan? Bukan langsung.
Kompro baru rata ya.
Banyak.
Jadi kita baru kasih rata ya. Closer. Suka dia. Tetap berapa itu hari? Anda tuh di mana target seminggu dapat di Makassar kayaknya? Itu cari-cari dulu susah sekali. Oh, kepesan. Kendala aku dapat di sini.
Nice and spicy.
Into the wind.
Let's light it up. Booba, get them.
Be still.
For 1,000 years, I love you for 1,000 more.
Following order. New punch. Cascade.
One with nature.
Nice and spicy.
The wind knows me.
Be still.
Let's light it up. Booba, get them.
One with nature.
Frozen.
You're toast.
Crisp.
The wind knows me. Clouds high.
Kamisato. Suiyu. Cascade.
Kayak bangku di Makassar. Jam begini baru keluar semua malam minggu.
One with nature.
Be still.
There you are.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my nut.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
The wind knows me.
The depth back.
A B C D E F U. Your sister when you're down and you call. Fuck you and your friends, and I love you. See you again.
Emerge.
Na
Right
na
now.
na na
Emerge.
na na. Na 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 na. Streaming ka pre.
Right now.
Yo.
Emerge.
A bitter purple.
Strike a pop.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Right now. Emerge. Let the world collide.
Let the might be humbled. Silence. Mind the side effect. The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Hmm.
Let the mighty be humble. Settle down.
Time to shine. How dare you?
The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Hmm. Just give me a reason, just a little bit's enough. And we can learn to love again. Duh, 120, 140, cuma 3. 3 bikin 4 lah. You can tap me. IR. Ya habis.
Be sanctified. Silence.
Just a second, we're not broken, just bend. Ih,
Strike pose. Let my name echo in song.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Say that it's too late to apologize.
Combining, killing song. Strike.
The tides beckon. Silence!
Oh.
Time to shine. Yoo-hoo!
Let the mighty be humble. Settle down.
Wait a sec. Oh, today's our...
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor.
In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon... Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah,
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
we'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabede is finished. That's the end of... We should probably go... You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our...
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies, excuse me. Would you mind? I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here, but you can see yourselves in.
Oh, I'm so busy. Seems a lot.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to...
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, a whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore...
Immersed in What the hell? Is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes, what is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just the source of the tremor was here.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oh no! What happened here? Nadia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her. We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young. My Desiree.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water levels.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
This situation?
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the...
Oh, awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be Traveler. Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Bolehkah kami jalan-jalan ke situ? Gimana caranya? Kemudian bilang, ini bangun jembatan, aku dapat menjembatan dari surga. Muridnya, setuju, setuju. Buat menang sendiri. Pertama, jembatan darurat sudah selesai 50%. Yang kedua, selesai 70%. Yang ketiga, selesai tuntas.
A lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a...
Kami sudah sampai di sini.
Navia?
Mana mau dimulai? Pemborong, pengawas, panitia, ada semua di situ.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Pernah dengar cerita?
Malus and Silver. They...
Huh? What happened?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were...
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit.
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in advance?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey!
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his...
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff.
And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that Malus and Silver have... I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of
Obena, Han, Burnett, Giverny, Francine. So...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Is everything going well on your side? Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person, and they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Cara mainnya babi banget.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going. So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
place has also been contaminated by
And a lot of it, too. Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they...
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run!
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Moose.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Balloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right then.
Udah mau off Bang Cila. Cuman quest doang ini. Mau ganti game dulu.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... Huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
I just don't know. This isn't right!
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us. Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Oh, thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Iya. Padahal lo punya value. Itu nggak dihargai. Di dunia ini value itu bukan sesuatu yang...
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey! Navia?
Kita juga harus... Iya.
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Looks like you're all right.
Yeah.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. They gave you the chance to retreat. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Kira nggak dibahas nih. Gue pikir gue bakal lupa ya. Iya. Tapi tidak. Gimana ceritanya gue? Iya, sempet waktu itu. Sebelum gue pacaran, istri gue sekarang, dia terus gue kenal dia dari bapak. Setelah gue pulang, ya gue bilang, bang, tahu ya, gue ngerasa hidup gue tuh kayak, gue kan berasal dari keluarga yang miskin banget ya, sebanget itu. Analogi miskinnya tuh sampai gitu. Kayak saldo ATM keluarga gue tuh lebih pendek daripada nomor PIN. Ya nomor PIN kan 6 digit, ya gue cuma 5. Berarti sehari-hari ini nyari untuk makan sehari. Iya. Dan bapak gue tuh selalu memberikan yang terbaik buat keluarganya, meskipun dia nggak punya uang. Tapi dia punya beberapa pemikiran ya, kayak dia jagain rumah makan Padang, jagain lokasinya, dan dia selalu bawa, gue ingat banget dia selalu bawa kakak, yang dimana kan kakak tuh kalau misalkan nggak laku terus dia akan basit dan akan dikasih ke bapak gue. Jadi kira-kira makanan itu akan dikasih ke keluarga gue.
Itu analogi sih.
Itu analogi. Dan iya kita tidur sempit banget lah dulu, 6 orang, bapak gua, mama gua, dan 3 adik gua. 6 orang di satu ruangan yang sama. Yang saking sempitnya tuh kalau kita tidur di mimpi ketemu lagi.
Kecil kan? Iya.
Iya. Dan kita tidur bukan cuma sama keluarga tapi sama motor juga.
Oke.
Dan dimana kalau bangun tuh ya nggak mungkin segar gitu karena
Perhaps
ya
those two
biasanya
Oceanids were the
gua kena
people
stakan
you saw
motor
in
gitu-gitu
your
lah.
dreams.
Sempit karena harta yang paling berharga di keluarga gue.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Mau di mana aja lah sekolahnya.
To think that they'd keep doing so even
Iya,
after
sampai
death.
adik gue tuh sempat yang ke-4 tuh Julian ditanya apa bang swasta Indonesia? Dia jawab cuma keliling. Lu tau bak keliling gak sih?
Tahu.
Iya.
Never
Rumah-rumah
Are
gitu.
you okay?
Bakit rumah itu mah ini mah.
Oh,
Iya,
I'm
tapi abang-abang
quite
ya.
alright. Perhaps there's something we can do.
Dan itu yang gue rasain dari karena stand up, karena stand up comedy kan ya gue kenal sama Pak Ajis 2000 waktu itu.
I nearly thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
Gue gak pernah bahas ini kan, gue tak pernah bilang ke Pacos.
I suppose so.
Kayak gue cerita tadi cuma jawab record aja gitu. Kira-kira ketemunya nampak kayak soalnya karena gue pengen jadi orang yang terbaik di hidupnya.
Gue pengen jadi
Gak pernah jadi itu dia cinta dan sayang menurut gue akan jalan dari sepanjang waktu lah.
Dia akan tumbuh
nanti. Tapi kalau untuk rasa untuk buat memiliki dia di sana ya gue pengen banget.
Ada rasa ingin memiliki.
Iya.
Untuk apa? Untuk menghibur dia.
Karena itu doang yang gue punya. Bahagia dia, kasih dia waktu yang puas sepenuhnya. Bahkan gue sempat ngomong juga ke Greta waktu itu, sama dia juga sempat dia bilang nih ini dia bilang aku cuma itu terbukti ketika dia podcast di tempat dulu terus yang dimana kondisi dia tidak, yang lebih susah adalah ketika kita udah punya uang terus akhirnya enggak, itu kan susah banget. Akhirnya itu akan beda daripada orang yang punya uang setelah nggak punya uang setelah jadi punya uang. Dimana gue yakin dia gitu juga. Bahkan waktu itu Om Deddy sempat pengen ngasih uang ke dia, kan harus juta uang.
Iya.
Yang dimana itu berbanding terbalik dengan orang-orang yang banyak banget ke dia yang lebih tua dari dia, lebih bisa nyari duit.
I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meripede has not been too much for her, has it?
Nyaman, gue pengen memberikan hiburan dia di setiap waktu gue kerja rumah.
Well, that is good. I have always worried that Caesarine would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and then he also says hi, even though Caesar doesn't do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something. So, Niblette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh? This is a...
Yes, in fact. Amid my
Yeah.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Nebula?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
banyak pikiran.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Makanya jalur lewat
Kata siapa?
rumor. Lu kan nanya berdasarkan rumor.
Kalau saya kan, masa hamilin sebelum nikah?
Gue jadi lu
Hamil di luar nikah.
kan kalau secara berita
Iya.
tiba-tiba lu punya istri
Punya istri dan punya anak.
punya anak. Lu
Lu boleh mengatakan, kalau nggak benar.
kalau secara normal ya tidak.
Kalau yang nggak baik adalah hamil sebelum nikah. Udah nikah kan berarti udah nikah dulu.
Oh lu udah nikah baru hamil.
Udah nikah dulu baru hamil.
Oke.
Itu hamil baru nikah.
Enggak, pengertiannya masyarakat kayak gitu. Jadi hamil di luar nikah itu maksudnya lu belum nikah tapi lu udah hamilin.
Oh, ini kan maksudnya. Oh, berarti salah berarti pemikiran saya. Berarti pemikiran saya adalah hamil di luar nikah itu setelah nikah baru kita hamil.
Setelah nikah baru hamil itu hamil di luar nikah.
Tapi
itu namanya benar.
itu benar.
Jadi pertanyaan masyarakat adalah lu nikahin dulu baru lu hamil. Atau lu hamil dulu baru nikah.
Nikahin dulu baru hamil.
Oke, berarti aman ya?
Aman semuanya.
Jujur gitu ya?
Jujur.
Nah, kenapa? Benar ya?
Benar.
Nah, kenapa?
Kenapa 2 kali pertanyaannya?
Iya kan gue memastikan masyarakat.
Oh, iya,
Gue mewakili masyarakat.
Mungkin masyarakat.
Ya, aman. Nah, sekarang kenapa lu tidak mengekspos dari awal seperti orang-orang lain? Itu tiba-tiba
A bitter pill to swallow.
Settle down.
Kenapa aku tidak mengekspos itu? Karena gue lebih ke tidak mau berpacaran sama istri gue sekarang. Di mana dia adalah seorang tapi mantan dia udah keluar dan gue gak mau ketika gue pacaran diekspos dan ketika gue gak seret gue tetap bisa menikahin dia karena dorongan dari Riza. Jadi gue pengen ngerasain sebagai orang biasa dulu aja gitu tanpa internet dan sebagainya. Gue pengen tahu dari buku dan sebagainya dan gue kenal dia mobil gue masih Ayla waktu itu masih resolusi lah gitu. Dimana terlalu seperti sekarang ya macam-macam lu sama gue tuh karena posisi gue yang sekarang.
Oke. Apa yang lu membuat lu mau nikah sama dia?
Karena
Atau dia mau nikah sama lu sih?
iya kalau dia mau nikah sama gue juga gak tahu. Tapi karena kalau gue tanya katanya ya
This is the place. There
dia
should not be any other hidden species in the vicinity.
The past sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Internet itu kan nggak sampai seterusnya. Ada momen ketika kita jatuh juga. Nah yang gue tanya adalah ketika aku jatuh dari popularitas ini dan sebagainya.
Stone. It seems like they were
Dia tinggal jual.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4
Pemikiran-pemikirannya dia
locations in total, but only
Yeah.
3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. What clemency?
Feels like someone left these slates and these words here.
That would fit the circumstances
Berarti yang
dictated.
kemarin isu mencerai tidak benar ya?
Is that
Isi mau cerai kemarin.
Iya, kemarin kan lu
the fourth
bikin
image?
isu kayak mau cerai gitu.
People will
Yeah.
all be dissolved
Jadi
into
intinya gini Pak. Inilah kenapa
Apakah ini alasan?
inilah kenapa saya tidak mau datang di podcast Anda sebenarnya.
Apa?
Karena gue gak bisa bilang dari pertanyaan-pertanyaan lu. Kenapa
more information should be hidden in the
Iya,
slates.
iya.
But I fear I
Sebenarnya
cannot
masalahnya
easily
juga-
uncover it.
Don't blame yourself,
Ada
Monsieur
masalah. Iya
Noodle.
ada masalah.
Paimon's getting the chills just
Masalahnya
looking
ketika
at these slates.
perhatian
This says
gua
that it's
di
the
pulang
history
sih
of the
pulang.
future, right?
Jadi
Really hope it doesn't mean that.
masalahnya juga
Hell,
Ada masalah.
sampai akhirnya ya dia emosi dan sebagainya. Aku dan sebagainya naik ke lantai turun.
That's
Aku benar
right.
atau disetting?
If the images are in
Dan
chronological
itu
order,
masuk ke
shouldn't the
ranah
fourth,
publik.
the waters drowning
Setelah
Fontaine,
itu, kenapa
come
bisa masuk
before the third?
endorse?
Or the Hydro Archon
Saya adalah
herself?
orang yang percaya
It's
bahwa
worst here.
ketika setelah badai akan ada pelangi. Jadi akhirnya kenapa?
If we go by time,
Egeria, then. The previous Archon kneeling before the float.
did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people...
But who would have created...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here.
You still haven't...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, traveler. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna...
She has long been...
Alright.
I will be careful.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house... All right.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navian! Ooh, Hyman's already starting to...
Oh, that voice. Is that the...
Huh?
It's you two.
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a script.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some. Why did you think I was? Well, I used to have my own surname. There was nothing for it, really. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it.
Wow! Imagine.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take Astromancer.
Whoa!
My name means.
Thrice as great?
I know, right?
Talk about it.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to.
Oh, that's a.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. The invitation was sent quite.
What do you make?
What I can tell, I'm afraid that, but on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful.
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd. Huh?
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with Right, but we were able to recruit. Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling. But it's time to get up.
You're here.
It's
Monsieur Neurvelette and Lady.
already said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. Look at this.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this. I will say this once more. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. But you found that...
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating...
I don't. I've never seen such slate.
I'll ask you, my deciphering of this...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known there are several This is not strange. You have never been... You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be just trust in me. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh!
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? What?
I assume you've been outside.
Oh!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue. Everyone in her... We may have to...
Oh?
Normally, people will...
But...
We will need to consider... If at all possible. This may be cruel to her. But who...
Well, that's speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved.
And here you are drinking...
That's what family should...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
That was a little long-winded, don't you?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to... As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be...
Oh?
Well, it's...
Huh?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a...
I see.
He is glad that you...
In that case, do any of you have experience? Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I'm afraid not. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals. Today, a trap comprises of the following components. Bait, a trigger, so... If we were to build a trap...
For me, our line of work...
You use some of those techniques while moving...
Yes, and I...
I'm afraid I can't claim that it...
And I can... With discretion...
I remember that you...
I did.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I feel...
That makes sense. But I do have one more. If we were to create a... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that...
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at
We hadn't...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge...
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds...
days Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about... it's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable... Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. What, and yet even you feel Precisely. Call me the prophecy.
What?
People call such things fate, and it is written in... just as prophecies are the things that
What?
I believe that you understand ultimately.
The voice.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just not all fun. Why, yes, I'm in full
That's right!
Yes. About what we had... Huh? Goodness gracious.
She said that even...
The Hex and Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary, but I've never...
Whoa.
Their abilities are...
Well, it's not like...
Yes, she was. Perhaps it is some... Traveler.
Oh,
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has off, but even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to... I did originally think...
You do have a point.
There, it was worth trying to... I suppose.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress journalist Charlotte... She hasn't been able to get a hold of it. Seriously? limited edition, only 16. It was so delicious the last time we tried it.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet.
Wait, did he really say?
That's right. Even
Do you come here often?
usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily.
Then what if someone told?
But why would it?
Well,
Oh, the prof? No, it's.
huh?
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have two? These 2 slices are for you. See?
Oh, you know Seachwing?
I sure do. She said that humans are. I've got something else to do, so.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. It's more delicious. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious. Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You got some nerve!
Oh, you needn't. It's all right, though.
Really?
You're...
Oh, Paimon!
Still, what brings...
A friend of ours?
Ah, so she mentioned me?
She said that you're... Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more...
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Oh, splendid! Oh, so much to get...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If...
Huh. If you're serious... From what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping. Just think about it. If this Nate... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write... I'm not a dreamer. But anyway...
That's... So... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty... Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't fun... No, We've always been moving to the next... You mean... Still? Huh. Feels like it'll grow, but it's still better.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. Yes, and...
Alright.
Well, that's Lady Furina loudly accusing... And before the crowd continued to...
So, people have...
I agree.
So what happened after...
Seeing that the situation... The Marisha say phantom...
So...
That's right. That said, I don't think they're good.
Don't worry.
Ah, is that...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know for... And as we... When Nervalet was... It would be hard... Paimon thinks for... Huh. Well, what do you... In that case, there's... looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Furina, right over...
What was meant to happen did happen. I'm sorry. I am so... Give up. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom... of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just...
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch him! Should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come.
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine, I suppose I... I'm near.
Yep, that's it.
What's happening?
Yeah.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need.
Yeah, but the people have put...
It's true. I once had... I've tried all but... Oh my... We cannot make an enemy of the... Give, indeed. Fate. But just now... It all... As long as the... Don't worry.
Well, that's enough for now. Don't take a...
Come on!
Share, that's impossible. A witness. And if to...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my... Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve... Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your... In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your...
You would draw your blade against a...
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
believe it.
What the heck is going on? I just...
Wow. Oh.
Lady Furina, what...
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now to indicate I will admit I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world this time. Applaud and reach. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole... Also, even though she's still acting super
All right, then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina.
Navia!
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene. So, we arranged for it.
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force you to
That's right. That house was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first... The volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Erenie. Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in... We had to select a location...
So, in other words, the earthquake...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, also that as soon...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Chlorand, I must commend you for your As for you, Traveler, I suppose you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we... Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too. Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, so in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an art. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel. I did this as the fortress of Meripede. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, I nearly lost my awesome friend. The words of someone as extraordinary...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, nerd. Just fast forward to the part. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the...
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey,
came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking...
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you... Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can...
Yeah, I've never questioned her.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, and if I was not the
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd think so.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally, but in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was no...
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Furina. Well, it is true that...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or...
The Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the god...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstance while the court is in session. The principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against...
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been
the real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. You can't...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over...
My power...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection.
You don't need to go. Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power. Thus did I give up all of my...
Isn't that...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's...
Hey, come now, everyone! Please, I'm still the same Furina you knew, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I I'm not the. If you have no evidence.
Wow, she came up with yet a... It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of... So, Miss Furina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody will... I do hope you'll act prudently and choose...
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has got...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina.
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand, will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch the—
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defense.
Siege? Wait, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me... That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina...
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone. Please think about it. How can you conclusively... Also, if I was really... Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a.
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon to be punished via.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, however, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of... The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together? But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea.
Bentar, HSR baru ke TikTok lu sih. Mending nyelesain quest doang ini. Habis itu rehat bentar baru HSR. Tungguin aja di TikTok.
People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
from the case of the serial disappearance, and the first stone slate tells us this.
Off aja duluan. Ntar di TikTok baru balik gua. HSR baru ke live TikTok sama YouTube. Udah mau kelar juga kan questnya nih. Tungguin aja lah.
What is about to take the true sin of the Hydro Archon that and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subject. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. The prophecy from the fortress of Meropete was, if we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this... Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson, and the eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropete was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to... The prophecy's contents can... now, so, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Weird.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of...
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3... Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher...
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all,
This really might be too much information for your...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes.
I think I'm following now. So, what in truth,
What should we do? If that's the case, does the...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only...
The truth, the original sin.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you...
So we've met it at last. I understand very well that whale does not belong to Tivat. It is a monster that has traversed the star. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it, and once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it is...
We just barely managed to push it.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank them from the way he looked. He must have been...
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that... Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could... Even if the entire...
That's... We've already done... We've come so...
Indeed. That's not how
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tivat.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too...
You are not Furina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question...
Fusolo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, the heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Font 1 was not amused. In fact, 1 was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. She knew full well that the prophecy prophecy, and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I had to outwit the heavenly principle. I'm a genius, I know. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreamed. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than—
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Arc under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no. I cannot begin to fathom what she.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, it's been 5, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, all right, it is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from... Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Go
Furina. Furina?
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be
Kembang makan.
divinity, but contending against
Lagi
humanity.
gak bisa ngobrol makin. Ntar aja pas HSR.
I understand, but I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say?
Nggak ada kuota YouTube katanya. Dia nunggu TikTok juga.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. In truth,
Bentar aja Nakin. Maksudnya bentar aja pas HSR. Tungguin aja notifnya.
if you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking. I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around.
best follow. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they... There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
Oh, good. Very good.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see all manner of... Really?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the following.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed
The show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this, but would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Hicks.
Bahkan rekomendasi lengkap, kunci tersebut tetap sulit diambil. Di saat mereka sibuk mengambil kunci tersebut, kucing milik tetangga memperhatikan dan minta saran dengan yang mereka lakukan.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
Novel ini orang mana sih?
I have a feeling that something
Dia orang Celestia. Kok bisa mengampuni kesalahan orang warga Fontaine?
I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means. And now we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name
All devouring narwhal.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Gue gak ngikutin cok. Tadi aja percakapannya gue gak nonton. Nonton reels gue.
I've already done my best to separate the power
Ying.
from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless
Reels FB.
to attack it from within.
Gue jarang scroll TikTok malah.
Dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together.
Gimana cara bunuhnya cok? Dikit-dikit terbang. Gak kena damage dia. Damage gue cuma 9.000. Salah tim kita ini.
Silence! The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its
Dari source.
chance will present itself.
Halo, haus lompat aja. Mana? Sile. Ini siapa lagi nih?
I have granted you my protection.
Ini siapa cok? Siapa dia? Harbringer juga kah? Kan anjir.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen. It's
Hatang muridnya. Skirk. Oh ini Skirk. Bang Sio, nggak tahu. Nggak tahu kok Sio gue apa.
You, on the other, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than
Ngapain cari tahu Sio?
The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it
Miss Skirt?
Tahu pun gue nggak percaya.
The point.
Well, being that this so what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you
Bentar.
don't know him.
Sio kambing, Mbak.
I assumed you did. His name is Sertology.
Sio Mbak.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous.
The Fool.
How should I?
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Pedes.
Better familiar then? Or Gold Rhine Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard of, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhino.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown in. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed.
Gue gak main HI3, gak tahu karakternya.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Ketika ngajak salah dulu, bukan dihirkan, dilapisi tisu atas bahwa kita sendiri harus tetap ada.
Dan mereka pun hidup kembali, tidak jadi mati. Kejadian 2000, udah salah. 2012. Dicuci cok kotanya. Anjay.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Iya kan? Dari film 2012 kan? Ya 2012, 2009, 2012 ya? 12 ya? Lo dia ngangkat box dalam air, kuat dia. Berat loh padahal itu. Ada box cok di bawah air cok. Banjir surut.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong.
Dan mereka pun menjadi manusia seperti pada umumnya.
Are you right? We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Dari ikan nila, ikan mujair, ikan nila air laut kah? Banyak air tawar dia. Lele albino. Aduh, udah jam 1 lagi. Anjing, lama banget ini quest. Udah hampir 4 jam dong satu quest doang. Ya Allah. Gila.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a Hyman's curious too! And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct dinner. Are you sure? Oh, this time will be
Go to Poison. Poison. Iya kan? Yang Inggrisnya. Navia. Genshin. Bukan, Brenna Larsen. Bahasa Inggris. Brenna. Bukan, ini katanya Brenna.
Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you.
Mana sih?
This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich.
Nah, Navia voice actor English, Navia voice Brenna Larsen in English, and Toyosaki Aki in Japanese. Bukan Taylor. Kan skimmer gak TikTok.
We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of you, but if you don't mind...
I get where you're coming from. Keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Ini Navia, ini cok, muridnya Zhongli. Lu lihat ultinya jatuhin bola-bola geo. Tapi nggak segede Zhongli. Bola-bola kecil.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like.
Itu hampir yang nggak mantikir.
There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants...
Mereka pun hidup bahagia.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more.
Bang punya tante sama kayak punya keluarga. Kok penasaran kau? Kok penasaran?
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news.
Tahu aja.
Freshness is the key.
Pasti gede lah pasti.
But I'm pretty good at building connections.
Semakin lama.
Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you.
Tapi nggak pakai punya tante juga kali, bisa lah orang lain. Punya tante khusus punya saya dan anak-anaknya nanti. Teman gue bikin copy paste bener anjing.
Well, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too.
That's
in truth, I told him that it would.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Mau perpisahan aja, kesinilah, ribet banget. Goblok. Rokok gua tinggal dikit lagi, lupa beli rokok lagi. Aish.
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you...
Of course. It's an honor to finally...
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Enggak, kayaknya sih enggak. Udah jam 1, Cok. Mau tidur gua, istirahat lah. Paling gua daily doang, habis itu off lah.
I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear. Sir, please. But it... No,
Gimana lagi? Questnya ternyata makan waktu 4 jam anjir baru kelar.
If I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, two souls.
Kalau buat cerita-cerita doang mah bagus sih kayaknya. Ceritanya juga agak lumayan menarik lah.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Sijween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sujway. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? No. King's been at the fortress.
No. Take him over. Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that. It's a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
You sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about...
What change can there be?
Furina itu kayak Fuxonnya serbaguna. Tapi Furina ada attack, ada damage Furina. Fuxon nggak ada damage.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Pulang kita.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
Bapak saya beli orang panjangnya saya beli apa? Kontainer aja mah, kontainer. Ya. Kontainer yang bulan berapa dokter? Itu bisa. Orang panjangnya beli apa nih lagi? Nasi. Oke, kita ini makin kita jadi coba dong.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father
That's true.
I would agree.
Anjing, lama banget ini quest. Cok.
But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Oh, kalau gak suka baca roman aja enggak. Baca manga. Baca manhwa, baca komik lah.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty.
Gabut deh, tidur, baca komik, nonton.
Don't be too preoccupied with
Kalau kan kayak baca enggak?
the goal of the Fatui
Kayaknya sih enggak.
concerns not
Gue
a
lupa.
single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in
is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things.
Gue
So
benci
as for
Murin.
you, I
Kok Murin
very much look
dibenci?
forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this
And that's a wrap for me.
Arlecchino. Mana Arlecchino?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Emang ada Knef?
Farewell, father.
Arlecchino nama ininya kali karakternya nanti. Tapi nama Fatuinya ada Knef. Kayak Tatang. Nama Fatuinya Cilde. Tapi pas dipakai jadi Tartaglia. Scaramouche. Nama Fatuinya Scaramouche. Pas playable jadi Wanderer.
That's right. Funny.
Nama aslinya Ajax.
I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then, we'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Hah? Ini ternyata masih ada ya? Ada di sini ya? Enggak, belum kebuka. Salah. Event baru questnya yang keluar. Eventnya belum gue kerjain. Lah. Ini gimana anjing? Oh salah anjir. Di sini, Cok.
suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you.
All right, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is...
It is strange how words can often lead...
So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control of... Fontanians were but so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use... In other words, when I gave...
Besok siang lah. Kerjain lah. Baru questnya doang yang kelar.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
You've given it to the knave.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui... Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least the Oratrice has ceased to function. As such, it has lost all... If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well...
What complicated considerations?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attic... We guessed that there...
So regarding this specific issue, I was just... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Isi quest 40. Ya tanya sebentar, dapat berapa ribu? 100 doang paling.
What next?
I can finally catch this. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. It's something very similar to a god's. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be...
Well, that much is true. After Fossilor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of...
Ya udah begitu.
You should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer...
This third deception...
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested though, I could ask him.
Emang Genshin lebih ke storytelling sih.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the gnosis actually are. I just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental ability.
Arcek. RCAG. Nih.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for
Arcek sama ini sih. Masih ada sih gamenya sampai sekarang.
But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky,
Namanya gue lupa namanya.
they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water.
Apa ya? Kalau Blade and Soul bukan BN Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul kayak gimana sih?
And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Ayo sama Blade and Soul. Game PC, yes game PC. Tema gamenya kayak gimana? Sandbox. Kayak Minecraft. Cuman dia lebih detail. Dia itu jadi kayak orang ada dua faksi, ada dua negara. Lu dipisahin antara air. 3 faksi sebenarnya, ada 3 faksi, tapi 2 negara. Lu dipisahin sama air kayak Indonesia banget lah. Ada pulau, pulau A, pulau B. Masing-masing ini ada faksinya, faksi A, faksi B. Lu di situ bercocok tanam, trading, bawa ransum, apalah segala macam, lu jualin, bangun rumah. Terus ada faksi ketiga bajak laut. Ini yang keren, Cok. Lu jadi kriminal di situ, lu jadi bajak laut. Kalau kriminal lu udah nggak bisa ditolerir, lu jadi bajak laut. Lu bisa jadi hakim. Online, MMORPG. Ultimative online RPG, role playing game. Lu bisa curi tanamannya orang, lu kedapatan curi, dilaporin jejak lu. Kalau lu mati, terus pas lu kejahatan lu lagi banyak, terus lu mati, lu masuk persidangan. Yang sidang lu siapa? Yang sidang lu ya orang-orang yang karma baiknya tinggi jadi juri. Terus kalau di penjara ngapain ya? Lu harus online terus di penjara. Ada caranya buat lolos dari penjara, tapi lu jadi buron. Kalau lu mau ngehapusin karma jelek lu ya, lu harus stay di penjara itu dan nggak bisa offline. Lu bisa offline, tapi nggak kehitung waktunya. Game lama sih, dari tahun berapa ya? Game 2012.
Thank you for
Kelar. Questnya kelar. Udah. Capek anjing. Quest macam apa ini? Cok. Belum lagi Archon Quest dikelarin. Aduh. Tapi udah yang versi game versi pertamanya udah tutup. Adanya versi yang baru. Versi baru kurang tertarik. Boleh. Off lah gua. Yakin. Kayaknya nggak HSR kita. Udah jam 1 lewat, Cok. Kemalaman. Thank you ya. Besok lah lanjut. Pagi kalau gua bangun pagi cepet. Besok kita lanjut. Satu quest doang 4,5 jam anjing. Gila ini orang yang bikin game. Bikin story kayak gitu loh. Gak dikelarin, penasaran. Oke, thank you ya. See you next time. Bye bye. See ya.